A very good evening to you and a warm welcome to Wuhan in the center of China. We're at the Wuhan Sports Center. This is in the province of Hubei, of course in Wuhan itself. And a big crowd has gathered inside the sports arena here because the host nations, the defending champions and the BWF Thomas Cup favourites are in action tonight. Yeah, day 3 of the 2012 Dongfeng Citroën BWF Thomas Cup. We've seen some fast hitting tonight. Fu Haifeng is going to be in action, 279, the fastest. Earlier today, we saw Tan Bu-hong in men's doubles action, coming up with 275, his partner with 271. And we'll see Marcus Kido tonight. We won't see Mohamed Hassan, more on the lineup in just a moment. As for the women, well, Camilla Ruttoyul, although beaten today by the Japanese, she's still top of that table as fast as the hardest hitting woman here this week so far in the Hubei Cup is concerned. So that's about the hard hitting, but the hard facts are China have dominated this Thomas Cup. They are looking for 5 in a row, and the locals here are expecting nothing than a 5-0 whitewash here tonight against Indonesia in the world's biggest and most prestigious team event. They're coming up against Indonesia, who of course they met in the Thomas Cup final 2 years ago in Kuala Lumpur. Two sides and two nations with a proud history of the Thomas Cup. China, who have won the last 8 titles in total. Indonesia, this is their 24th Thomas Cup appearance, 13 times winners. No one's won it more. Of course, China didn't enter until the early 80s. England already heading home. It's between these two to win the group. Well, I'm Richard Kaufman, and we're looking forward to a terrific evening's entertainment. Here is the lineup. Lin Dan, the reigning Olympic, ASEAN and world champion, up against Simon Santos, who played well last night. You can see from the Indonesian pairings, they've split Setiawan and Kido, the Olympic men's double reigning champions. Kido playing with his brother Septano, and Setiawan playing with Saputra. So Kai and Fu, maybe weren't expecting that. Chen Long up against Sugiyato, and Chen Jin's in tonight for China. Du Penggu, the player who drops out with his men's singles, finishing off against Rubaka. Well, alongside me is England's most capped player of all time, a silver medal winner in the Hubei Cup. Joe Clark is here. We can ask this question all week, can anyone stop China? You get the feeling tonight that Indonesia will have their work cut out just to even win a match.
Yes, that's right. You know, it's perhaps a surprise to some people that Taufik Hidayat, the former world and Olympic champion, not in Indonesia's lineup. I suspect that Indonesia have looked at this and said, well, if we are to eventually lift the cup this year, what we have to do is try and save some of our star players for quarterfinals, perhaps semi-finals, and perhaps even the final. And therefore, I suspect that Taufik Hidayat, at the age of 30, didn't fancy, as Lee Yongbo, head coach, talking to Darren Parks, tournament director from the BWF.
Now, I'm not sure what this is about, but of course, Joe, it's 5 past here, and nobody's out yet. Everything's been very much on time so far in the Thomas and Hubei Cup proceedings here. So I don't know if that's what is being discussed. Maybe somebody's not 100% ready, but we haven't got that information for you yet. While we're waiting for the players to come out, it's a good time for me to give you the news as we wait for Lin Dan and Simon Santoso about Lee Chong-wei, who, if you weren't watching earlier, is out of the Thomas Cup after injuring his ankle in his singles match against Peter Gader. He was taken by ambulance to hospital after waiting around 45 minutes to leave the arena here. They got it scanned. He has torn his ankle tendon and will be out, according to Rashid Sidek, the coach of Malaysia, for 3 to 4 weeks. It's not as bad as it could have been, not great in terms of his preparation, of course, for the Olympics, but they're confident that he will be in time, fit in time for the London Games at the end of July. Jill, your reaction to that?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to hear that it's not as serious as some of us suspected at the time when it actually happened. I mean, I really winced. I really felt for him because it was quite obvious immediately that it was a fairly serious injury. Of course, it's great news he'll be back on court and playing in the Olympic Games. But of course, his preparation for the Olympics is going to be drastically affected. He won't be able to do any hard training for quite some time.
No competitive action.
No. And there's 2 Super Series events prior to the Olympics. He was only planning on playing one of those 2. He was planning on going to Indonesia for the Premier Super Series event. He won't be doing that now, but I have to say it's a huge relief to know that he will indeed be back in action.
Well, if he's out for 3 to 4 weeks, it gives him another 3 to 4 weeks to prepare and be ready for things. Now, there's a lot of discussion as we move away from the subject of Lee Chong-wei between the tournament director and the Chinese team members. Now, as I say, we haven't yet got information that's filtering through to us, but there's obviously some issue here that's creating the delay. Of course, the players should already be out warming up and getting ready for this opening men's singles match, as if we haven't had enough drama today on day 3 of this Thomas and Hubei Cup tournament. It looks like something else dramatic is occurring here. Jill, I mean, we're only guessing at the moment, but...
Yes, and I'm as confused as anyone. I did see that Lee Yongbo, head coach, was in what appeared to be an animated discussion with Darren Parks and Jan Lin, both from the BWF, the Badminton World Federation. I don't know what the discussion was about. As you say, we haven't been given any information. I don't understand why none of the courts, none of the players have come out for the last of these group matches. Of course, from tomorrow, it's the knockout stage, quarterfinals onwards. Well, there we can see reigning world champion in the women's singles, Wang Yihan.
Yeah, she's about to play in her match against Indonesia. Of course, the women are playing as well on the other court 2. There's Lin Dan as well. It looks like they're ready to come out. Discussions continue, though. Meanwhile, between the Chinese camp and the tournament director. Go on, Joe, you're going to say?
Well, I can see that the tournament referee is also getting involved now. I don't know what the discussion is. Could it be something about the colour of the shirts, or... No, it's all very, very confusing, I have to say.
Well, the crowd are still enjoying themselves. They've got a bit of Queen to rock to. Instead, we will rock you, but they're hoping for Lin Dan to rock them, but he waits like we wait. Let's look at this lineup again. As you mentioned, no Taufik Hidayat, but no one's expecting Indonesia here to win tonight. Why play their strongest side? Why play all their cards now? They could play China again tomorrow in the quarterfinals.
Yes, that's right, and I can understand the logic of it. What I'm slightly surprised about is the Indonesian lineup in the men's doubles. We've been trying to find information about Marcus Kido and Bona Septono because they're brothers. We're trying to ascertain whether they've actually played international competition together.
Well, the team manager told me they have. He couldn't name me where or when, and he said they played junior tournaments together as well, which you would expect given, they're not too far apart in age, but you can't remember any specific events.
No, I've certainly never seen them play together before, but the other thing there, of course, Tommy Sugiyato at second men's singles. He's a very physical player, of course, son of the former world champion Ichuk Sugiyato, and perhaps Indonesia are thinking long-term that if they use Sugiyato with his physicality in the match to perhaps really work Chen Long, then perhaps that may take the sting out of Chen Long as far as later on in the competition is concerned. But, you look at this and well, perhaps second men's doubles as far as China is concerned, Shen Ye and Hong Wei, well, they're the third-ranked Chinese men's doubles pair. I'm not convinced in my own mind that they're not better than the second-ranked pair. So I look at China's lineup and I say, well, this is probably the strongest lineup, in my view, that they could field.
Well, just trying to ascertain what's going on. I think this is about seating plans, Jill. Because if you look behind court 1, it's all Chinese. You look behind court 2, and it's all of Indonesia. Now, I've actually sent my rover reporter to find out. Hold on 1 second, Jill.
Well, this was the Chinese team just prior to 7 p.m. local time. That was about 10 minutes ago when they did a team huggle.
Okay, my assertion was right. It is about seating plan. Now, there's been some platforms put in for the seating of the players behind. Now, China have taken the majority of those seats. Indonesia have refused to start the game until there's an equitable seating plan. So that's why we've got this delay. All about nothing really, Jill. Rather bizarre. All about who sits where and who, you know, who's going to give way. And obviously Indonesia is saying, we're not going to give way, you need to move.
Yes, it's a pity that the tournament organisers haven't thought this thing through. Certainly by the semi-final stage, when we're down to 1 court, I'm quite certain that they'll have seating plan alongside the court of both teams, and they will have equality on the number of seats and so on. What they haven't thought about was the last of these group matches.
Because, of course, as I was saying, China are playing in Indonesia on court 1 and court 2. Court 1, what we're going to see is the men, on court 2 is the women. So I think that's added to the problems maybe of the fact that there are so many bodies down there.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you say, I mean, it seems trivial that it should hold up play and hold up the whole proceedings. It psychologically, in sport, it has quite a significance, you know, and that's why I say that it's a pity that this hasn't perhaps been addressed before we come to this confrontational situation.
Well, it was, I dare say, not going to be too even on the court, but it looks like it's pretty even off the court right now, because Indonesia are very much standing their ground. Discussions continue to go, and I think maybe there may have been some kind of compromise involved here, and hopefully we're 15 minutes late already. We actually might see some badminton here tonight. An expectant crowd are waiting. At the moment they're being very patient. No dissent amongst the locals. There are very few seats to be taken. It's almost completely sold out, as you would expect. And I must say thanks to Steen Pedersen for rushing down there and confirming to me what the actual story was all about. You'll be hearing from Steen a little bit later on when he joins us in the commentary box, the former coach of Denmark.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the technical officials.
Well, here they come. The officials are on their way, which means I think we're just about sorted out now.
Now introducing umpire in court 2, umpire from France, service judge Jacob Stigberg from Denmark.
Just adds to the anticipation of this, doesn't it?
In court 1, umpire David Turner from Australia, service judge Bert Van Horenbeek.
It's going to be a huge welcome for Lin Dan when he comes out. He's a national hero, Super Dan. He was in terrific form in his opening match against Rajiv Vucev. And obviously the man he's playing, Simon Santoso, was also in pretty good form as well when he played the same man from England. So it should be a good match, this opening one. Well, as well, given the fact that we've waited so long, I think just will heighten the noise a little bit. But it's been that kind of day so far. It started off with the drama here with Lee Chong-wei. Well, I don't need to tell you, even if you can't understand the announcer here, that Lin Dan is on his way. the world number 2, the reigning Olympic champion, the reigning world champion, the reigning ASEAN champion. China's superstar is on his way to court number 1. Well, it was much anticipated to watch Lin Dan ahead of the night. The fact that we've had to wait an extra 20 minutes means that the crowd are desperate to see their man in action here.
Well, my immediate reaction is the strapping on the left knee of Lin Dan. Certainly he's had slight knee problems in the past, but that strapping looks quite extensive to me.
Well, I'm sure he is aware of what happened to perhaps his biggest contender for the gold medal earlier today. Referee is from Australia, the umpire David Turner. He'll be keeping hold of proceedings. So Lin Dan, considered by some the greatest player of all time, up against the world number 9 here, Simon Santoso. Only beaten Lin Dan once in 10 attempts. And that was when Lin Dan had to retire hurt as well in a meeting at the Swiss Open some 5 years ago now. Lin Dan, though, has a pretty good head-to-head record against anybody, Jill.
Yes, he does. I do actually remember that match very vividly at the Swiss Open semi-final. And it really was the most terrific opening game, 27-25 that Simon Santoso won. He was 5-love up in the second. And Lin Dan retired. It didn't seem to be any specific injury, but it was the third week of 3 tournaments, and he had won the German Open, he had won the All England, and there he was in the semi-final. And I think, quite frankly, he was just a little bit jaded at the end and felt that Simon Santoso was playing so well that he was going to be struggling. But look at that win-loss record for the year, 20-2.
4 times world champion, 5 times All England champion. It's a CV to make the mouth water. Santoso, well, he has been as high as world number 3, and this is his 5th appearance at the Thomas Cup. He's had some early exits. He's had a few injury problems of his own as well. There's their last meeting at the German Open Grand Prix Gold event in the final there in March, 21-11, 21-11, very convincing. But they did meet last June in a very tight affair at the Singapore Open. I'm sure you were at that one when Lin Dan won in the 3rd game, 22-20, which was a bit of a thriller.
Yes, in fact, in the last 3 meetings, they've twice been to 3 games, so it's an indication, okay, that final in Germany was a very one-sided affair, but there are certainly signs to me that Simon Santoso is growing in confidence the more times he plays him, and he's getting closer and closer.
And of course, this is his 5th Thomas Cup appearance, but usually it's been Taufik Hidiat who's been sort of the number 1 singles player. So a new experience for Santoso, and I thought he coped with it admirably in his match against Rajiv Usuf on day 1.
Yes, it's, you know, he's gone up in status. There was a lot of talk from Taufik Hidiat himself saying, you know, I'm 30, it's time for the young guns to be taking over, and they should be going to the Thomas Cup. And the National Federation in Indonesia persuaded Taufik that indeed he should come.
Because he didn't play in the Citroën Cup, did he, last year, if I remember rightly, Taufik?
I can't remember exactly, but you know, I think for Simon Santoso, the commander's role, the captain's role, is actually perhaps suiting him quite well.
Simon Santoso. On my right, China, represented by Lin Dan. Indonesia to serve, love all, play.
Well, we waited a little longer than we expected, but play is now underway for this evening session. You could close your eyes and know who won that point.
1-love.
Santoso off the mark. A little wide from
Service
Lindan.
over. 1, 2.
There's a little bit of drift in the court. Just moves as Lindan is playing it slightly to his right-hand side. First bit of explosion comes from Lindan.
Service over. 3, 1.
There is Lee Yongbo, head coach. Twice a former world champion himself in the men's doubles. Lovely.
Well, Lindan fully focused on the job here so far. He was asked after his win against Ranjifusev about the Olympics. He said, well, let's forget about the Olympics for now. I'm here this week to play Thomas Cup. Great reactions. Been a fine start to the match, hasn't it? That's good. And Lindan enjoyed it.
5, 1.
And it's right on the line. It's very easy, isn't it, in these early group games when you know that there's little chance of anything untoward happening to your country and team, that you can maybe not have quite the intensity required, but Lindan, being the supreme sportsman he is, the supreme athlete that he is completely focused on what he's got to do.
Yes, absolutely. He'll be very, very aware of his status here in China, and he'll be very keen to prove to the home fans just what a supreme athlete he is.
Santoso knows he's going to have to be at his best here just to keep in this
2,
game.
5.
Let's not forget Lindan was 4-love up against Ranjifusev in the opening game, and then lost 7 points in a row. Well, they're all happy with their seating now, it looks. It must be so frustrating for Santoso. I think thought he played a winner there. 2 shots later, he's lost the point.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things in general of all of Lindan's opponents. The number of times you play shots that against virtually any other player in the world would have been a winner. And it's very frustrating when what you think should be the end of the rally and the shuttle keeps coming back, and then you try and make it closer and closer to the lines, and that's when you start to make errors.
Well, it's been a fabulous demonstration of his ability so far. Talking about the drift in the arena, and is it me or is the air conditioning being turned off this evening? It feels a little warmer. Don't know if that's just me sensing it, but
Possibly the fact that there's such a good crowd in tonight just raised the temperature a little bit.
I know there's been a few complaints from some of the players about the drift that was in the arena, which I assume comes mainly from the air conditioning.
Yes, indeed.
Whether it's just been turned down a little.
Charles on the left as we look at them. Singles coach.
Points in a row now for Lindan, who is already in a commanding position. Sense of writing already on the wall here.
There's sort of a question mark in general about, you know, for Simon Santoso to record his second victory over Lindan would take a monumental effort physically, mentally, and probably emotionally as well. And that all the players have got to remember that whatever happens from these two teams, they've definitely qualified for the quarterfinals. They're going to have to play again tomorrow. So you've got to question. It's very, very difficult. I mean, instinct takes over as an athlete, and you always want to win. Of course you do. But you've also got to look at the big picture. And if you want to get through to the final, we don't know, of course, what the draw will be. That won't happen until the end of play finishes tonight, you know. But in a way, you've got to keep something in reserve.
We know the only nation that would avoid China, assuming they win tonight or win the group, will be Korea, who are ranked number 2 as far as the seedings here are concerned.
Yeah, well, they this afternoon, Korea beat Germany, so they know they will be the opposite end to China. Beyond that, and we still have no idea.
Please wait.
Well,
11-3. Play.
6 points in a row is the run right now for Lindan. Santoso back in the scoring.
Service over. 4-11. Service over. 12-4.
String's gone in the racket. Knew immediately he hit the smash.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a difficult predicament for the players of Indonesia. I mean, there's no chance of Santoso not playing in the quarterfinals. It's not like he's playing for his place or anything in the starting lineup. You know, you don't want to produce the performance of your life tonight when tomorrow night would be maybe the more significant one.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's no case that he's out there tonight not playing or trying to play at 100%, but as you say, instinct takes over.
13-4.
There's no doubt about it. Definitely less drift. Watching that shot from Lindan, definitely less drift than there was yesterday in the court.
Yes, in fact, in the second men's singles of this afternoon's match between Malaysia and Denmark, Jan Jorgensen was told by his coach, it's okay, you're hitting into the wind now, and very next rally, hit one long of the back line, and he turned around to his coach and, well, said something that didn't really need to be translated. And I think you're right. I think the drift has changed. There's no doubt about it. It's wonderful control at the net. Steen Peterson and I were discussing this earlier on about the importance of the net play in men's singles, how it really dictates the rallies and creates the opportunities. If you've got a tight spinning net shot, then your opponent has to lift, and then you've got the attacking opportunities. You see that rally, there was no lifts. But even so, Lindan is able to create something because he's taking it so early at the net. As an opponent, you have to try and cover that net shot, which leaves yourself vulnerable to the fast flick deep into court. Oh, that's unbelievable. What a defensive shot from Lindan. It's absolutely outrageous. How many players could do that?
The thing is, you see it with lots of other sports. I know we've discussed this before. He makes it look so easy. And that's the brilliance of him, really, that he does make it look so easy. If you watch some of the best sportsmen, whether it's the likes of Federer at tennis, top golfers, Tiger Woods in his heyday, someone like Messi, they just make things look as if it comes so natural to them. Lindan certainly belongs in that category.
Yes, he was on the short list for the Laureus Awards this year, wasn't he? As one of the greatest athletes of the year, won by Djokovic.
What a year he had, by the way.
Yeah.
3 Grand Slams for Djokovic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's good from Lindan. It's interesting, actually, looking at the build-up to the Olympics for the badminton players compared to the tennis players. The tennis players have got the French Open, they got Wimbledon, then the Olympics, 2 majors before the Olympics, and it just shows you where badminton holds the Olympics in terms of its prestige, say, compared to tennis, which has got these 2 huge events that precede it. Same sort of scenario occurs when golf comes into the Olympics in 2016. Wow. Right on the line. How many times does that happen? Somehow it always falls on the line.
Yeah, it happens too often to be lucky.
Yeah.
Not luck, just good skill.
Mentioning the golfers, Gary Player once said, the more I practice, the luckier I get.
Yeah, how true. Just trying to be a little too cute there on that occasion, Lindan.
8-19.
Well, game points have arrived already.
20.
This match just 17 minutes old.
Service over.
One saved.
9-20.
A hell of a lot more to go. Oh, credit to Santos. Playing some excellent shots. Most of them are coming back at him, but he's sticking with the plan. Oh, the court was being removed of a few drops of sweat. Players allowed to put toweling down. I mean, that knee strapping there, I mean, it doesn't look as if there's anything untoward, the way he's moving and playing, but it's always concerning, isn't it, when you see that?
Yes, of course it is, especially with a player that normally doesn't wear such extensive strapping. But as you say, it doesn't seem to be hampering his movement at all.
Yeah, quite literally making up for lost time there, Lindan. 21-10. The opening game goes to China's favourite son. That was given out. I'm not sure it was, mind you. Oh, great atmosphere inside the arena tonight. Really is packed out. And all credit to them as well. They're not just focused on their local favourites either. 4 courts on offer, and China playing on 2 of them. They would have maybe one of the other 2 a little forgotten, but they're not. Well, Simon Santoso knew what he was getting here, and he's getting it all right. Double the overhead winners and double the net winners as well. I mean, Lindan obviously has got a great reception here tonight, but what's impressed me from the crowd, and I mentioned there, they're not just cheering the Chinese players, but other games as well, not involving. They just, anyone that's achieved anything, when Taufik Hidiat came out the other night, anyone that's, you know, won the big ones, if you like, they get equal respect, don't they? And when I was driving in here this evening on the way to the arena, went past, and there's a couple outside their shop playing badminton over a crate. They just love the sport.
Yes, very much so. And not only do they love the sport, they're very knowledgeable about the sport as well. And the fans here in China always appreciate good play.
And you get recognised still, don't you, Jill? One or two come up to you.
Yep.
And
Still occasionally. I think also it's not that the crowds just appreciate good play. What they really appreciate here in China is good effort. You know, and we've seen some of the early matches here in the Thomas and Huber Cup finals that, you know, some of the nations that aren't right at the top of world badminton, that is phenomenal. How did he just sway his body out of the way to give himself the freedom to play the shot?
Santosa was just about ready to celebrate the winner. Uh-oh, it's over my shoulder. Yeah, wonderful skills.
Play, please.
Shuttle affected,
Service
deflected by the net cord.
4.
Yeah, making it difficult for Lindan.
Well, an even start to this second game for Santosa. It's just about trying to play it point by point.
He's disappointed in that, too flat with the smash, hitting long of the back line. Oof, wasn't long by much. Oh, that's super.
Service over. 5-all.
He'll change his racket. 28, isn't he, Lindan? Could you see him competing at the 2016 Olympic Games?
I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibilities. I mean, you think about Paul Erik Høyer Larsen from Denmark, who won the Olympic title in Atlanta. He was over the age of 30. I can't remember whether he was 30 or 31, but, you know, I think with the likes of Peter Gader, Taufik Hidayat, possibly Lee Chong-wei, all having openly stated that they're not continuing past the London Olympics as far as Olympics are concerned. Of course, some of them may continue to play on in international competition. You know, Lindan is such an outstanding athlete, and I suppose an awful lot of it depends on wear and tear on the body and keeping injury free.
He doesn't have as busy a schedule, say, as someone like Lee Chong-wei. He's, over the last couple of years, not played as many tournaments as a lot of the other players. He picks and chooses, and maybe that might help his longevity.
Yes, I've heard that argument before. Can't argue against it really in some ways, but I do think that badminton players have got to have an understanding, as indeed top golfers, top tennis players, that it's not only a responsibility to yourself, it's a responsibility to the sport. And I think now with the Super Series and the Premier Super Series events, you know, seeing the top players support all those top tournaments, or at least a large number of them, is very, very important. If we're to promote this sport globally, it's absolutely imperative that our star players play regularly on the tour.
Yeah, I understand that argument as well, but I mean, he's got the chance, Lindan, coming up at the Olympics, to become the first badminton player, male singles player, to defend his Olympic title. And it would be great to have him trying to make it, if he does win in London, number 3 in Brazil.
Yeah, and let's not forget he was the #1 seed in Athens, wasn't he? But he lost his first match to Ronald Susilo.
Well, Sentosa giving it a little bit more of a fight so far in the second game. Trading blows in the last half a dozen points or so.
Play, please. Stop. 7-all. 7. Silent. 7-all. 7-all.
Sentosa lost count here or something? Seems to be questioning the scoreline.
Service over. 8-7. Play, please.
Oh, good defence. And then makes an error on the simple one.
Service over. 8-all.
It's going to be eagerly awaited, isn't it, the draw later tonight, for those that will still be up for it. It won't happen until everyone has finished their round-robin matches here. It's a case of ABC, isn't it? Anyone but China. Just wide.
It really is incredible because Simon Santoso took that net shot so early and Lin Dan forced to take it late, but what a good lift. Right deep in court, would have landed on the back line.
Service over. 9-10.
2号场地将进行尤伯杯 A 组第2场的比赛，中国队于洋、王小李对阵印度尼西亚队尼亚克里斯纳、马克斯瓦里、安迪克。
One Super Series event win for Santoso. That was a couple of years ago now, Jill.
Representing China.
Yes, it was the Denmark Open in 2009.
He just looks like a player to me that there's a nice calmness about his persona. I don't know if he's always like that, or maybe it's just because it's the Thomas Cup and he's playing in a team event and he's got teammates around him. Maybe is he any different?
No, and it's very much an Indonesian way. It's an Indonesian trait that such relaxed, laid-back people, but, you know, don't be deceived by that at all because their desire to win and to achieve is absolutely up there with any other athlete. But, you know, sometimes it's difficult watching a player like Simon Santoso because it's almost as if you want to shake him and say, come on, show some urgency about this. But, you know, that's just his way.
Please wait, please wait, please wait. 11-9. Play.
He's just upped the tempo, hasn't he? Lin Dan suddenly, last couple of rallies, playing at a higher pace. And playing with the sort of urgency that at times, as I've just said, love to see from Simon Santoso. It's not in his personality.
He's disappointed, isn't he? Because he got there quite easily, really. And he's a showman as much as anything. And he's probably disappointed he didn't get it over. Umpire just checking he's okay. He's absolutely fine. He gets there pretty easily, doesn't he? It just catches the top of the net, that comes down the wrong side.
More here if we can. Just this bit. Yeah, it's hard. Thank you.
Just reminds me, you know, what happened to Lee Chong-wei and watching Lin Dan flying around. It's like whoever you're a supporter of going ahead of the World Cup and one of your favourite players goes down injured or goes in for a challenge. Is it going to hamper them for the big occasion? Not that the Thomas Cup and Hubei Cups aren't big occasions, they're not, but quite naturally the Olympics is the pinnacle.
Perfection once again.
From Santoso, and he's lost 7 of the last 8 points now. Just as it looked like it might be a tighter game.
Aced with a flick serve in singles. Don't often see that.
Service over. 11.
Look up to the lights there from Lin Dan.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
14. 18.
You gotta like that, haven't you? What a splendid rally. Oh, just wide, just wide. Great entertainment. Who does he support? Well, making a nice run of things, isn't he? Six points in a row.
场也将进行汤姆斯杯 B 组第2场比赛。日本队远藤大由、早川贤一对阵俄罗斯队卡里蒂布尔基、亚历山大布拿卡斯科。
We will have the second match of Thomas Cup men's doubles in court 3. Representing Japan, Hiroyuki Endo, Kenichi Hayakawa. Representing Russia, Vitaly Tubekin, Alexandra Nikolakov.
Match points have arrived, though. Well, it's been a very decent opening fair, hasn't it, in this match between China and Indonesia. Two great badminton sporting nations. Not the grandstand finish he was hoping for there, Lindan. Shuttle's come off second best.
17-20.
Lindan wins in a very well played match. Simon Santosa definitely second best to Superdan. So China 1 to the good. Lindan, as expected, gets the job done. On court for nearly 45 minutes though. A good workout. "26 matches now in the Thomas Cup, and that was win number 25. Confirmation then of that scoreline: 21-10, 21-17 for the world number 2. Well, Santosa there with more overhead winners this time. Nearly 260 there from Lindan in terms of his fastest hit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off the flashlights on your camera. Thanks for your cooperation.
女士们、先生们，在比赛期间请关闭您的闪光灯，谢谢合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off the flashlights on your camera. Thanks for your cooperation.
'China 1, Indonesia 0 then, after the first of the men's singles. And as you can see, the next match up sees the world number 1 men's double pair, Fu Haifeng and Kai Yun, up against Marcus Kido and Bona Septano. And there'll be the men's singles match, Chen Long and Tommy Sugiato, another men's doubles match before the third and final of the men's singles clashes. So a little calm after what had been a kind of strange start, really, with the off-court fights over seating. Very good singles match, though, and well, an interesting in doubles as well, because Indonesia deciding for this group match against China to split Marcus Kido from his regular partner of Hendrik Setiawan. But he's playing alongside a man he knows pretty well, his brother, Bona Septano. So here they come. I just wonder whether this is purely about splitting them up, freshening them up, or anything to do with the way Kido and Setiawan were beaten yesterday by Adcock and Ellis.
It's difficult to know the philosophy really behind the decision, but it certainly won't have done the current Olympic champions any favours to have lost to the English pair. You know, if their form is such that, you know, couldn't win that one, and that's to take absolutely nothing away from the English pair, who played quite superbly, thoroughly deserved the victory. But I think if a pair is struggling, they've played together for so many years, Setiawan and Kido, that perhaps just to freshen it up occasionally, to play with somebody else, is often a very good idea.
The umpire, the toss of the coin, says that China won that one. The Belgian Bert van Hurenbeek. So the players warming up then for this men's doubles match. Fu Haifeng and Kai Yun. Of course, not only have they not got to play the Olympic champions here, they haven't got to play their main rivals either in Lee and Jung, because Jung of Korea not here this week because of a little bit of an injury problem. 6 wins in 2011, including their 4th World Championship. It's a terrific combination. This Indonesian pair. Well, they obviously know each other's games pretty well. Of course, growing up together, they would have played against each other many times. In fact, in their respective partnerships, Septana now alongside Mohamed Hassan, they've faced each other across the court, as they're doing here in the warm-up a fair few times recently as well. But for a long time at least, this is their first time playing together. Played in many junior events. They have played in 1 or 2 senior events as well. It's funny, isn't it, when you look, you hear the names, I suppose, in the way Marcus Kido and Bona Septano, you think, how can they be brothers? But my understanding is in Indonesia, they generally don't have surnames. Some, depends on your ethnicity, some use surnames and some people don't use surnames. That's my understanding of it. So, because they've got a sister as well, haven't they, who's a very good badminton player.
Yes, Pierre Bernadette tends to play a lot of mixed doubles. She's actually played a couple of tournaments playing with brother Marcus Kido. A very talented family as far as badminton is concerned.
Yeah, well, this is the gamble. You've got one pair who's world ranked number 6, you've got one pair who's world ranked number 9, and you split them up. What could be said about Fu Haifeng and Kai Yun that hasn't been said already? They're a formidable pair, and the brothers here have got their work cut out. Big brother at the front, baby brother at the back. I shouldn't really call him a baby. He is 23.
Ladies and gentlemen, my right, China, represented by Hubei Province, Citroën. My left, Indonesia, represented by Bonaseptano, Marquisquito. China to serve, Citroën to Marquisquito. Love hole, play.
Brothers in arms up against the world #1 pairing. And an early mistake from Marcus Kido. Well, he let it go long, didn't he? Fu Haifeng, but shame for the crowd that he didn't give it another go, really. I think they enjoyed it as well. Great crowd involvement. Have that and a bit more. It's quite a good start, isn't it?
It's absolutely fabulous. Well, 274 is only just warming up, isn't he?
5 short of his best so far.
In this tournament.
Yes. Oh, just wide.
Serve back, 1-4.
Long this time.
Good commitment at the front of the court from Septono.
And a good response as well from the Indonesian pair. Marcus Kido became a dad just a month or so ago. Baby born on the 21st of April. Uncle Bonner alongside him.
Good serve. Yeah, great deception on that flick. This time called a fault, though. Oh, wrong choice of shot. And it's very, very dangerous playing back to the net with an underarm action. That's just an amazing take off the top of the tape from Kai-Yun.
Super start, wasn't it, by Kai and Fu? Little rally there from the Indonesian brothers, but very much in the ascendancy, the Chinese pair at 11-6. Great shot of the power of Fu Haifeng.
Gentlemen, wait. Okay. 11-6.
Oh my goodness. It's relentless. Attack and more attack.
And they turned it around. They were defending at the start of the rally. And then quick as a flash, turned it around. Bang, bang, bang. They're at it again, you know.
They've got to be the most dynamic, exciting pair to watch in world badminton. Seeing them play those aggressive rallies. Oh, I thought that was going wide. That one certainly has. Yeah, nicely done. Good return.
Well, pandemonium inside the arena from one of the adjacent courts. Why, if you're wondering, the cheers aren't necessarily relevant to this match.
Oh, my goodness. Well, normally so used to seeing Kai Yun at the front of the court being so sharp. But Fu Haifeng, it's an area where he's really worked on, and it's paying dividends.
It's a dominant display, isn't it? No nonsense. A la Lindan, really, in the men's singles as well.
Good serve. Didn't follow forward, having played the good serve. Should have actually stepped forward towards the net. He just stood and watched it. Oh, service fault called. Ivo Kassel, Switzerland, the service judge. Just long.
So game points, 7 of them hit for the world #1 pair. So 21-14, first game taken by Fu Haifeng and Kai Yun. It's difficult to really assess Kido and Septano as brothers, as an effective partnership when they're playing against a pair who are as good as Kai and Fu.
Yes, I think that's a very good comment. I think that the Chinese combination is such a polished partnership, have such a good understanding, know exactly who's supposed to be taking which shots, whereas there appears to me to be slight hesitation at times with the two Indonesians. And quite frankly, as good as the Indonesian defences are, they're not a match to the attacking prowess of the Chinese pair.
Interestingly, it's Septano who's going to the Olympics and Kido isn't. It's the other pair who are actually higher ranked at world number 6, aren't they, that are going to be at the Olympics this summer.
No winners from the front of the court for the Indonesians, goodness me. Well, that really does sum it up. So much of doubles is about working the rally to get the net player involved. All these top doubles players in both men's and women's game, they really are so good defensively that you can't expect to be hitting winners from the back of the court, and therefore the whole purpose of the rally is to involve the net player, get them to finish off the rally from the front, the interceptions, and quite frankly, if the Indonesians weren't able to do it once in that opening game, that's why they're not winning.
It was a very comfortable 21-14. No stress at all for Fu and Kai.
4号场地将进行宁波杯 B 组第2场的比赛，中华台北队程文欣、简玉吉对阵泰国队当家龙阿伦德颂、沙希利、坎拉、坎纳猜。
We will have the second match of Hubei Province women's double in quarter 4. Representing Chinese Taipei, Wen Xin-chen, Yu Jing-chen. Representing Thailand, Dongfeng, Cao Lim-san-son, Subsidy, Taman Thai.
What was I saying about you're not supposed to be able to hit winners from the back of the court? Fu Haifeng breaking every rule. Power play.
And again.
5-1.
That proved my point a little better. $290. There we go.
Getting closer to the 300 mark now. .332 is a record. Full court.
No, shuttle bounced off the floor, I think.
7-1.
I wonder how fast that one was.
Serves over. Serve 7.
Only 2-6-3 that last smash. Taking it easy on them this time.
3-7.
Flick serve is long of the double service line.
8-3.
Talking about the pairing with it, Kido and Septano. Stick City Alwyn out there as well. I think it struggles a three player combination against these two.
Serves over. 4-9.
Well, actually, I mean, that's an interesting point because I know in training that the Chinese pair actually play 4-on-2. It's no wonder they're quick and fast, is it?
Serves over.
And they are so accurate as well that they're able to find those gaps.
What was that about accuracy? Time and time again. That's just incredible from Kai Yun.
11-4 up then at the interval. Another majestic display.
Scored 1, 20 seconds. Scored 1, 20 seconds. Play.
And you know, each to their own, and I'm sure they have their moments as well, but umpire calling 20 seconds and they're standing there ready. Just makes me think back to earlier today, Boa Mogensen and all the delaying tactics. It's refreshing to see them just ready and want to get on and play.
Yeah, here, here.
Doesn't he get tired? No. Hardly puffing at all. In fact, he isn't at all. You know, one of the hardest thing about heavyweight boxing is, you know, all these blows, you know, these big guys are giving, they get obviously tired as it goes on, but it just doesn't seem to be the case for Fu Haifeng.
That's a great low serve.
15-5.
It's not only the serve, is it? It's the way he follows up, hunting that third shot. On cruise control now, Chinese.
Just chalked up 7 points in a row to take this huge lead in this second game. It's fair to say, though, whatever the outcome of the other men's doubles match, I think in the quarterfinals this experiment won't be continued.
I'd be very, very surprised if it was.
There are match points already. 26 minutes on court.
女士们、先生们，在比赛期间请关闭闪光灯，谢谢合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off the flashlights on your camera. Thanks for your cooperation.
Clash of rackets in that rally for Kai Fu. Just a mere 12 match points remain. That's what you call showboating your way to victory. Brothers demolished. Wonderful way to end it. And a hugely impressive performance. Fu Haifeng and Kai Yun on top of their game. 21-14, 21-8. Watch this one again. Superb. So confirmation then of the scoreline. China now 2 to the good against Indonesia. As if the result really was ever in any doubt. Yeah, the statistics, 290. That smash from Fu Haifeng, the fastest of the week so far. Dominant everywhere. Well, 1 point away from victory now. Of course, they will play all 5 rubbers here. Next up is the men's singles clash between Chen Long and Tomi Sugiarto. And Jill has taken the rest of the evening off. And did I say Steen Peterson now joins me in the commentary box. Oh, I was going to say former coach of Denmark, but not only that, roving reporter now. Thanks for checking out what was going down in the fight over who's sitting where. It was a pretty interesting start to the evening, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's a lot of countries who takes an opportunity to tease Lee Yong-bo a little bit.
Shame they haven't put as much of a fight up on the court so far.
So far it's been a total whitewash of the Indonesian players, and I don't think we're going to see any of the Chinese players back off and rest a little bit. They're just going to go full speed.
But I think you were making this point yesterday. You're actually saving energy by going. I mean, they were only on court then, Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, for 26 minutes. So, you know, they haven't expended as much energy as if you relaxed a little when you can stay on court for maybe 40, 45 minutes.
And it's much better practice. It's much better confidence. So there's no point in not giving your best when you're selected for the team. And of course, for China, it's impossible in these surroundings not to give your best. An almost full audience cheering them on. So,
well, Tomi Sugiarto is the next Indonesian who has to try and stop this Chinese machine up against Chen Long, the world number 3. Our umpire calling the players together. Ivo Cassel from Switzerland.
Tails. This side. Service.
It's like China can't even lose the toss at the moment. So Tomi Sugiarto, a player who's got a few wins under his belt. He's 23, but an international veteran, played in the 2008 Thomas Cup. 5 international titles, 9 higher than Grand Prix level though, 3 of them in 2011, up against Chen Long here, who last time out lost in the semi-finals of the Asian Badminton Championship to another of the Chinese team here, Dongfeng. Semis of the Swiss Open, the Malaysia Open, the quarters of the All England, but lost in the first round in Korea start of the year. He was down in the first game and had to withdraw. And I suppose in some respect, after what was a brilliant end to 2011, it's when he won those 3 Super Series events in a row. It's been a disappointing 2012 so far for him.
Yeah, you could say that, at least from exactly these 3 excellent performances. And as we can see here, his win-loss ratio in 2012 is 17 matches won and 6 lost.
Similar for Sugiarto, 13-1-9 lost. 18 in the world, of course, from a famous pedigree. His father, Ichuk, was a world champion in 1983.
And perhaps the best, or at least one of the best men's singles finals ever played at the World Championships.
Well, there you are. You look at that last meeting. Hold on, 18, 21, 21, 16. What happened there? Well, I can tell you, it was at the All England Championships this year, and Sugiarto had a leg injury that I think he said that was there from the week before, I think, in an event in Germany. So at 1 game all, he was forced to retire, but shows perhaps that we might have a tighter affair here.
Yeah, there's some indications of that. But then again, it'll be interesting to see the sort of intensity the 2 players are coming out with here. I'm quite sure that Chen Long will be as close to his best as possible at this moment. I also think Tomi Sugiarto will be giving it a shot here, because it's his first match for Indonesia. Didn't play yesterday against England, so
yeah, no Taufik Hidayat today for Indonesia. As we mentioned before, it could well be China, Indonesia in tomorrow's quarterfinals if the draw goes that way. Very happy with what they've seen so far.
And Tommy Sugiarto is, of course, one of the hopes for the future in Indonesia, so I think he will be out to prove that. Hopefully he'll be out to prove that, so we can have an exciting match here in the third game.
Well, so far, so easy for China. What about this men's singles?
Indonesian coach in the picture, Mulyo Handoyo.
So Chen Long off the mark. In some respects, it's the other Chen who's been the focus of attention in the last few months. He's the one that's come through and obviously usurped Peter Gader as the world number 4 to get into the Olympics. Chen Jin, who we'll see in action for the first time at this Thomas Cup in the final singles.
It's like the audience has slowed down a little bit, Richard. Not the same cheering as we witnessed in the first 2 matches.
Well, first of all, you got Lin Dan, who, you know, is the hugest of superstars here, and then you've got the excitement of Fu and Kai, the power and the skills that obviously just bring everyone alive. And this is pretty sedate by comparison, I suppose. Also, I suppose, I mean, not to get carried away with things, but China obviously have won the last 4 Thomas Cups. They only lost 1 game in the last Thomas Cup.
Yeah, in 2010.
Yeah.
Very effective play here from Chen Long.
We were mentioning yesterday, you just have to mention the word Kevin to him. Soon wakes him up. World Championships at London last year, first round defeat to Kevin Corden of Guatemala.
Good read here at the net. It was supposed to be a tight net shot from Tommy Sugiarto, but much too high. And an easy kill for Chen Long. Great rally here. And that could be what we have waiting for us in the next hour or so. Rallies like this, because both players rely on a more patient game plan.
As a coach, how do you play this? Look at the Indonesian coach there. You know, in terms of speaking to the players beforehand, you know that, you know, barring absolute miracles, you're not going to beat China tonight. You know there's a chance that you're either going to meet them in the quarterfinals if you get past that, then if not the semi-finals. You know, those are the big ones. Not tonight's not the big one. You're through already to the quarterfinals. So how do you play it as a coach?
Yeah. I think one of the best ways is to sort of set individual goals. Obviously, for Simon, there was nothing much to do, but Tommy, he's still a developing player, so there's lots of points where he could focus his attention. Even though Indonesia is not supposed to beat China tonight. For the doubles, it's a little bit harder because I don't really think that any of these combinations will be fielded later on in the tournament.
But that maybe is part of the plan. Let's freshen it up tonight. You've got a world number 6 pair, world number 9 pair. Let's just mix them up.
Yeah, and avoid having already lost one match against a pair you're perhaps going to meet either tomorrow or on Friday.
Because the way Kai and Fu play tonight, you probably wouldn't want to go back out as a pair, would you? That's just long.
7-5. Service over. 6-7.
Unusual mistake from Chen Long. Normally very solid player, doesn't give away 3 points.
Service over. 8-6. Service over.
Well played here by Tommy Sugiato.
Yeah, great leap, wasn't it? What do you make of that So the news is that Lee Chong-wei looks like he's going to be out for 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, it's not too bad. He can still recover and be ready for the Olympics. But of course, it's not nice to know that you've suffered an injury so close to the games, and it would have been better to get the match practice from this tournament and then rest a bit and practice full speed against the Olympics.
He was going to play Indonesia as well.
I think the positive part of it is that it gives his shoulder injury that he suffered earlier this year, it gives that injury good possibility of recovering completely.
And also the way he fell, and the tears that he showed, although Rashid Siddiq was saying it was tears for not being able to help out anymore this week. I'm not too sure about that. I think it was that he actually feared at the time that his Olympic dream could be over.
Yeah. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen in August in London, but if it ends up with Lee Chong-wei standing on top of the podium with a gold medal on his neck, the explanation could be something like that the injury took a bit of the enormous pressure off him.
And that does happen sometimes, doesn't it? There's, I cover a lot of golf tournaments. I always say beware the injured golfer, because expectations are huge. The pressure heaped on his shoulders, particularly regarding the Olympics, is enormous. The whole country is, intensely looking forward to the Olympics after what happened in the disappointment of the final in 2008 in Beijing. You're right. You never know. It can, if he gets himself fit enough and he is feeling 100%, it actually might work in his favour.
Yeah, and if perhaps 95 or 98%, which is of course very hard to determine exactly what percentage you're at, but it might also force him to rethink his game and play his shots a little bit more sharp in the tight situations.
Well, he enjoyed that quite rightly too. Very nice point one by Chen Long here. Moved around the court superbly well. And he's very much in control of this opening game now at 12-7.
It's just grinding points together. Seems that he's a little stronger in the attack than Sugiarto. They're both very good at moving the shuttle around the court.
Another nice rally here, though. Oh, that's glorious. All about positioning, wasn't it?
Exactly, and he's so quick in his recovery from retrieving the attacking shots. Look at that. And there is no chance because he is totally ready. And we've discussed a lot about shot quality, and that was really what it was all about, is defense. Really, really good placement.
He's turned up the volume a little bit, hasn't he, in the last 3 or 4 points?
Sort of like a hunting situation here. Sugiarto trying to escape. Got shot.
Representing Chinese Taipei, Bai Xiaoma. Representing Thailand, Ponti Pulanga Placeson.
Moment to regroup here for Sugiarto. The court had to be swept of perspirations, drops that have landed onto the court.
This is so hard. This is why it's so hard to play Chen Long, because if you fall a little bit behind, it's impossible to see how you're going to score 6 or 7 easy points. He doesn't give away easy points. Maybe 1, perhaps 2, but never 6 easy points. So Sugiarto is going to have to work really, really hard to get back into this game. Brilliantly played here by Chen Long. Tight matchup, setting up the win.
Service over. 9-15. Service over. 16-9.
Well, there's a real inevitability now, isn't there, about this game? Just wide. Obviously trying to find the lines, trying to find the perfect shots here, Sugiarto. Whisker away.
Yeah, and he knows that he has to put it really, really close to the line, otherwise it's coming back.
Service over.
Well played.
17.
Just spotted a little inaccurate shot and punished it immediately, Tommy Sugiarto.
Very warm in the arena here in Wuhan tonight. The River City, as it's known. Biggest city in central China. 10 million people, 4 million, I'm told, of them students. Quite a few helping out as volunteers inside the arena as well. Very friendly they are.
Service over. 18-10.
Nice.
19-10.
Right on the line.
20.
And it brings up
Game point.
those 10 game points for Chen Long. Well, prolongs the inevitable, I suppose, for Tommy Sugiato.
20.
Just wide this time.
12. 20.
The thing that he can use these last rallies of the first game to is to sort of get an idea on how can he score in the second. Is there any weak spots?
Sugiato given the run around. Chen Long enjoyed that. So he should. 21-10. Highly impressive. Again, just so solid. Not faultless, but very few mistakes in there. And a very nice way to seal it.
I've been quite wrong in my earlier predictions today, but I'll try another one anyway and say that China isn't going to lose one single game in this match against Indonesia.
That's not quite putting your neck on the block, though, is it really? But having said that, it's not all gone China's way, has it, tonight in the women's singles? Wang Shijian has just lost her opening game against Linda Weni-Fenechra against Indonesia. A drop game. Doesn't happen too often for China so far this week.
No, there's a lot of suspense around who's being selected for the Olympics. China has 4 players, can only send 3, so one is staying at home, and
so every performance counts, is what you're saying.
every performance counts, and my personal favorite to stay home in China is actually the player on court number 2, Wang Shijian.
Well, especially if she's playing like she is tonight, and that, I mean, that's why for the men it's pretty good. I mean, Chen Long's going, Chen Jin's going, and of course Lin Dan's going, and you know, in some way you can say that the Chinese squad tried to work for Chen Jin to get there as well. You know, there was a lot of focus on his performances, I'm sure, whereas for the women, it's rather than comradeship, there's more of a competitive feel amongst them.
Definitely.
Which could be awkward because you're with each other the whole time, you know.
You could be
training.
number 3 or 4 in the world, but you don't get to go to the Olympics.
It's harsh, isn't it?
Straight on the line.
I mean, I understand why you want to mix at the Olympics. You know, you want different nations, but surely the top 5 players in the world should qualify automatically, don't you think?
I think there's a lot of different opinions on that. We have to say that badminton is mainly played on top level in Europe and in Asia, especially in Asia. It's also important being an Olympic sport, so there's a lot being done to develop the game to other parts of the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get all that. I'm only talking about 5 players guaranteed. You know, that's all.
I think in table tennis you're only allowed 2 players from each nation, and if you have two players, they have to be in the same part of the draw. Upper part of the draw, or the lower part of the draw.
Interesting, yeah.
They don't want all Chinese finals at the Olympics. So
Yeah, no, I understand it. You want to spread the word. And it's great, you know, we had, is it Makielko was here this week, South African.
yeah,
And there's a Ugandan player who's going to be at the Olympics as well. And, you know, they're great stories, you know, these guys who don't come from badminton nations to achieve getting to the Olympics is a great achievement. I think the Ugandan, I was reading, can't remember his name, beg your pardon, but he said this week if he won gold, he'd run through London naked. I think he's pretty safe in the knowledge he wouldn't win gold, but still.
I remember in '96, Danish international Thomas Lauritsen also met an African player, and he said that he would actually rather have played the table tennis, but his father told him to play badminton. So,
well, and you know, we mentioned the name Kevin with, you know, Chen Long here. You know, there's a Guatemalan. I know he's playing a lot with the Spanish contingent to try and improve his game. But there you go. There is what you wouldn't consider a badminton nation, but he was able to go to the World Championships, beat Chen Long, and make a run in the World Championships. And you know, that will hopefully inspire other Guatemalan people to take up the game.
definitely, but the problem is that there's such a long way to go, because you have to be in a good environment for practice. It's not enough that you decide you want to become a good player, and there isn't that much academies around the world. In China and Korea, I'm not aware there's anyone. There's some in India, and of course some in Denmark, and there's these BWF centers in Europe and in Asia as well. But it's really hard to break through for a player from a smaller badminton nation.
You have the big African championships, you have the Pan American Games, obviously those in South America and North America.
Yeah. So back to the Olympics qualifying. I don't mind restrictions. It could even go further down and say only one player from each country.
But
you have to realize that it's the Olympics and it's totally different from being the best in the world.
I think just obviously we need to focus on what's going on here, and it seems pretty inevitable that China are going to go 3 up here and clinch the match. But on that point, then you get maybe the problem that, you know, you think, oh my God, I'm the second best player in the world or whatever, or second best in China, maybe the world as well, as is the case with the ladies. You then get people sometimes swapping nations. You know, and then you go down that problem, don't you, where, you know, they end up going to play for the Netherlands or whoever.
Exactly, and badminton has had a little bit of that problem in the ladies singles, where 9 out of 10 actually were Chinese at some point, but they were not all representing China. It's an even bigger issue in table tennis.
And maybe we got the reason why there, because you just talked about the Olympic qualifications even tighter there. You know, it comes down to finances, and if you're an Olympic player, and perhaps an Olympic medalist, sponsorship-wise, you're going to be able to rake a bit more in, aren't you?
Exactly, and it means something for the players giving it a go to try to qualify for the Olympics. It could be a motivation when you're a young player. You want to play in the Olympics, and this time the Danish team is only half the size it was in 2000 in Sydney. So the qualification demands have sort of been tightened every year since then.
Because badminton is fairly new to the Olympics as well, isn't it? 1992, is that the first?
That was the first time in Barcelona.
tight start to this second game.
Oh, really tight net shot there from Sugiarto. A bit similar start to the first game, so it will be interesting to see if we have
The same kind of pattern, yeah.
overtaking the control, grinding points, nice and easy. There's a nice little game you can play for yourself at home in front of your TV screens or computer monitors, and it's called Spot the Weak Shot of Chen Long.
Good luck. Well, obviously our focus is on this match, but a little touch of controversy on the other court. Steen isn't there. 8-4 now, Chen Long, and I think you're right in what you were saying about this game, that interesting to see now whether Chen Long just steps up again as he did in the first game. It appears to be the case. Sugiarto just winning that point, 8-5. But I mentioned Wang Suzian had lost the first game 21-17. She was then leading 10-3 in the second game when Lindaweni Fenetri, not injured. I've just watched her walking off court. Didn't seem to be any sign of any problem at all. Has stopped. And you're saying that's the second game in a row that's happened?
Yeah, it was the same in the first ladies single. That match wasn't finished either. Very puzzling.
Well, I can only assume a similar situation as in this game is that they could well be playing China again tomorrow, save some energy, but I mean it makes a little bit of a mockery of things, doesn't it?
They played exactly 1.5 game in each match.
Yeah, so it's a tactic. Are you with me? It makes a bit of a mockery of things.
Yes, it does, but I also think it's a little bit funny, actually. Because in this Olympic qualification period, we've witnessed a number of Chinese players withdraw from competition.
So ironic is the word, isn't it?
A bit ironic, and luckily none of the Chinese players have been injured enough to withdraw from this tournament so far.
It's almost exactly the same scoreline as well when Kusumas Duty retired. She was 11-3 down in the second game. It was 10-3 this time. Didn't even wait for the interval.
He's taking his chances here, Sugiarto, but missed it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the post-match comments from the Indonesian team on the on the Hubei Cup match.
Well, it's all happened today, hasn't it? Really, you know. I mean, obviously, very sad watching Lee Chong-wei, but you know, obviously that's headlines, and then the standoff for the coaches over the seating. Now the early retirements. You know, you talked about the walkovers in the some of the matches, like Ling Dan, I think's retired from 7 tournaments early since 2010, the end of 2010. But BWF were commenting on that at the start of the week and say, and they're right. How do you know, test someone if they're really sick or not sick? You know, you can't.
You can't, and to be fair, the Chinese players meet each other at far more occasions than any other nation, so so they would have a higher rate of withdrawals against players from their own nation.
Because in some respect as well, as we get towards the point, you know, 10-7 up here, Chen Long against Tommy Sugiyati, it's going to be 3-0 in the scoreline. You could understand from both China and Indonesia's perspective that they wouldn't be too upset if the last 2 rubbers weren't played.
No. I think from an Indonesian side, you'd like to get some more time in the hall. There's also been some small dispute about that during the week, that there wasn't allocated enough training time for the international teams. And
yeah, the Malaysians complained a lot. They arrived, they had a time allocated to them before they'd arrived.
Yeah.
How on earth were they said? So they said to them, "Oh, we can give you one at like 11 o'clock at night or something," and they said that was too late for them. So yeah, there has been a few complaints. Well, you can't please all the people all the time, that's for sure.
I think China wants to play the matches. They want to show their good form to their home audience.
Well, they certainly have so far. Lin Dan, Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng were absolutely superb, and Chen Long has, in his own way, also shown some great skills in this second of the men's singles, 3rd match of the night. 11-7 he leads with a 1-game advantage already. Oh, nice.
He got that back, Chen Long.
Oh, some great shots from Tommy Sugiyato. They have to be great shots at the moment, don't they, to actually pick up the point?
It takes 3 or 4 great shots in a row to score a point.
He only just didn't get it back.
Yeah, and had he gotten it back, it would have been with great quality. Dongfeng Yu in the picture, not selected today.
We will have the 4th match of Thomas Cup men's doubles in Court 3. Representing Japan, Soji Sato, Naoki Kawamai. Representing Russia, Vladimir Ivanov, Ivan Sosonov.
女士们、先生们，2号场地将进行尤伯杯 A 组第4场的比赛，中国队赵莹磊、田青对阵印度尼西亚队苏西里及安蒂尼、德斯亚拉哈里斯。
We will have the 4th match of Hubei Cup women's doubles in Court 2. Representing China, Zhao Yuanlei, Tianqing.
Well, he's
Representing Indonesia.
won 3 points since the interval in a row here, Tommy Sugiarto.
And that was a bit of a loose shot from Chen Long here, way too short.
You get the feeling with him, though, don't you, that as Sugiarto gets closer, I'm not saying that will be the case, but you get the feeling that he'll then just step it up again.
Exactly.
One error this time from Chen Long. Write it down. 9:30, Wednesday evening.
Seems really unconcentrated at the moment. Bad shot again.
12-11.
Well, what was a nice run, it's turning into a long run since the interval. 5 straight points.
That is over. 12 all.
Well, it's like order may
12.
be starting to be restored here.
Well.
Very, very alert there at the net, Chen Long.
Two goes at it.
That is over. 13-15.
Lee Youngbo.
13-15.
Of course, there's the want from, I'm assuming from all the runners-up that they'd like to avoid China. But then again, you know, here in Indonesia, it's 9:30 at night. I mean, they've got another 2 matches to come. We're looking at maybe a 11:30 finish. Maybe a little bit earlier, but time you get back to your hotel, you know, showered, maybe something to eat or whatever. Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Be 2 before you can sleep.
And they could be on court again tomorrow at 1. What would you? I suppose you'd rather the evening draw, but it all depends.
Yeah, it might be. It might be inevitable. It's not really a good way of doing this unless you play Uber Cup matches in the afternoon and Thomas Cup matches in the evening and so on.
They're mixed up 2 of each.
As long as you can't predict the draw that is going to be made here after the conclusion of the matches, it's impossible to make a much better schedule.
16-14.
And then watching his teammates, or his teammate at the moment.
He's showered and all ready for, I'm sure, a little bit of refreshment too.
17-14.
We talked a little bit about it yesterday, Richard, in the bus back home, that this continuous play rule, that there should be no breaks except at the scheduled at 11 and between the set and between the games. Sorry,
Unless you have a broken racket or.
exactly. But
I mean,
right now we can see that the pace is quite low.
I mean, earlier on, Bo and Mogensen, the Danish pair in their match, I mean, that just seemed to take an eternity. I mean, the quality of badminton was great when it was going on, but it was stopping left, right. I mean, there was one point when only one more point was required to go to the interval and they wanted a break.
The enforcement of that rule might need a review.
Yeah, well, slow play is, you know, it's something that can harm games, not just in badminton but other sports as well. You know?
Just as we speak of it, the court has to be wiped, and it's of course necessary for the players' safety. Retrieval.
Yeah, that's good.
Service over.
Well,
16-19.
maybe not then. Tried to get it through his legs.
Yeah, we must say that Sugiyato has really done what he could do in this match.
But he's facing match points now.
Yeah, he had his moments from 7-11 or 7-12 in this game, with a few loose shots from Chen Long, but otherwise it's been the Chinese in total control.
Well, I'm not sure if the celebration matched the intensity of the actual match itself, but it does mean that China are the group winners after that victory for Chen Long. An unassailable 3-0 lead now in Group A's top of the table decider. 21-12, 21-16, the victory margin for Chen Long over Tommy Sugiyato. Yeah, it's good to see someone enjoy their win like that. You know, he's not had a straightforward year, has he, Chen Long? So these wins are morale boosters. So there you go. 3-0. The overall scoreline. There's some of the stats from the match. Not surprisingly, Chen Long dominating, although in that game, Sugiyato won one more from the net. No high serves, though, from the Indonesian player. So there we go. That's how it stands. 2 down to go and 3 up now, China. Straight games victories all the way through. Before we head now to match number 4, the men's doubles with Chai Bio and Guo Zhendong taking on Hendra Setiawan and Ryan Agang Suputra. Setiawan's partner, Marcus Kido, playing earlier on. And playing alongside Ryan Agung Saputra. It's a scratch pairing.
The Indonesians have selected Kido and Setiawan as the normal pairing, and Muhammad Hassan and Bona Septana, who's also a regular combination. And then 2 players from 2 different combinations. Ryan Agung and Hendra, I think he's playing with normally, and Alvin Yulianto Chandra normally plays with Gunavan.
Mixing it up, yeah. Ryan Agung's normal partner is Anga Pratama.
That's right.
He reached the semis of the Indian Open Super Series and the semis at the Australian Open Grand Prix Gold. But here he is with alongside the Olympic champion. And up against Chai Bio and Guo Zhendong, who beg your pardon, I should say, of course, up against Yixin and Wei Hong. Our umpire, I can correctly tell you, is David Turner of Australia. So Hongwei and Shenye, the world number 10 pair, take on this scratch pair, and well, I'm sure they're not just thrown together. I'm sure they've been practicing with the possibility that they could be paired together at some point during this BWF Thomas Cup. But well, what a time to be put together, facing one of the top 10 pairs in the world.
I don't know if you should actually brand it an opportunity, but at least Saputra, he gets to play, gets exposed to action here in the Thomas Cup finals. I'm a little puzzled by the Indonesians' team selection. They probably knows a little bit better than I do, but it seemed that Sonny Konkoro was on his way back to form, and one reason could of course be that they were afraid that playing too much might get him injured. Once again, he's been suffering injuries for at least the last 2 years. But also in the men's doubles, I mean, it's at the moment it's Bona Septano and Muhammad Hassan who's the higher ranked of the Indonesian pairs, and thus qualified for the Olympics. But they haven't been given the chance to play together in this Thomas Cup final so far, and it doesn't show great confidence in that pair. So is that the one they're going to select for the Olympics, or will it be the reigning champions Kido and Sechevan?
No, my understanding is it's going to be the
young ones.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they didn't play enough, I mean, qualifying events, they withdrew from playing in the Indian Open. Kido just had a baby, and they could have turned up there and they could have got the required points required to get them into the rankings required, but they didn't turn up, which some would say a strange decision, but
yeah. And that's why I'm not totally understanding the selection in the men's doubles, because I think they must be in some sort of a change where the old ones are on their way out and the new ones are about to be given the chances, and they've been struggling in Indonesia, except for in the mixed doubles where they have Ahmad and Liliana Natsia, but they've been struggling both the women's team and also the men's team. So, well, let's see what they can do here. But yeah, I'm puzzled.
China will serve. Chen Ying, Tehenge Setiawan. Love all. Play.
so the world number 10, Shen Yi and Hong Wei. Can they do what is expected here and brush aside this scratch pair? Taking the first point, Sidiawan and Saputra.
Interesting to see Hendron playing with another partner than Kido. They have a very special style, Kido and Sechevan, relying a lot on getting the attack. And very, very strong in the first 4 shots of the rally, but not quite as strong in the defense as other top pairings. So,
I mean, you're saying you're puzzled by the strategy. I mean, are you talking in general or tonight specifically? Because I think tonight, isn't it a case of...
Tonight it's a perfectly okay strategy. It's more the general team selection.
Fairly confident start.
It's a really dangerous combination when Hong Wei is at the backcourt, the tall Chinese player putting a lot of pressure on. And Shen Ye with his great anticipation at the net.
I mean, it shows you the strength and depth of this China team, why they are such strong favourites. Where you got 3 doubles pairs in the top 10. Yeah. Men's singles, all in the top 4.
And I think also Du Pengyu in the men's singles quite high in the ranking.
Yeah, he's number 10 as well.
Service over. 5-4.
Indonesians probably mostly relying on Hendra Citroën to move forward to the net. Great return.
Yeah, right on the line.
Over. 5-6. Service over. 7-5.
Well, combination working well so far.
Service over. 6-8.
Sometimes it can really be an excellent move to field a scratch pairing, because all the top nations, of course, they have lots of video, lots of notes on the established pairings. With the scratch pair, you have to sort of use the first half of the first game to get used to how they're playing and what's the roles that they're taking, each player.
Where's their weak spots?
Exactly.
Service over. 7.
Well, the coaches will get their chance in a moment, maybe to give their input.
I'm sure the Chinese will value the input they can get from Zhang Jun.
In a way, difficult for Hong Wei and Shen Yi here. Likely to be their only match of the week, really.
Yeah, possibly. Not only might they not get selected to play, but there's also the chance that China already leading 3-0, and then the matches are going to be over from now on and the rest of the tournament.
So 11-9, the interval lead for the Indonesian pair. Hendra Setiawan and Rainagung Saputra made a good start to this first game.
Precise directions from Zhang Jun. I have no idea what he said, but he sounded like that he had the right plan ready for his players.
For the first time this evening, at an interval, a Chinese pair are trailing.
Outside of the picture, I can see the Indonesian coach giving some directions on how he thinks the smashes should be hit. What a great shot here from Hendra Setiawan, who's, in my opinion, been the dominating player in the first game here.
Well, getting close to that point now where Indonesians can eye up a possibility of taking this game. 4-point lead. Make that 5.
There's a big difference in the body language of these two players compared to the other Chinese players we've seen on court today.
As I say, maybe the tense feeling comes out of this is our one chance this week to show what we can do, really. As you say, selected or not selected, they might not get another chance.
Exactly. 16-10, and my early prediction of China not losing a game is in trouble now.
We call that the commentator's curse, Dean.
Exactly.
Service over. 11-16.
No left.
12-16. Service over. 17-12. Service over. 13-17.
Put that long.
14.
That was a bad miss, really, wasn't it?
17.
Could be a turning point, you never know.
Great control.
Well, they've won 5 of the last 7 points. The Chinese pair here need to keep that kind of run going if they're to escape without losing this opening game.
Service over. 18-15.
Good service return from Citroën.
Very nice.
19-15.
Well, they seem to go in tandem pretty well, don't they, really? You wouldn't know they haven't played together, certainly competitively before.
They've been playing so well in the first game here, and it also shows something about the quality that Hendrik Citroën has.
That's game points.
So protecting his partner from getting exposed.
15.
To be fair to Saputra, though, when called upon, obviously we know who's been taking the senior role, but when called upon, he's done pretty well. Not thrown in the mistakes that you might expect.
It's been solid. Great shot there.
Well, spoke too soon.
And it's clear that they're not really giving the Chinese any angles. Hong Wei, being the tall player he is, he likes angles, so he can hit the deep smashes, but doesn't seem to be working for him at the moment.
Well, 4 more game points here for this Indonesian duo. Well, there you go. Didn't even have to hit another shot. Too high, the serve from Hong Wei. And as you heard from our Australian umpire, 21-16, the surprise scoreline from the first game. Of course, match is over. No intensity in it, but still. You wouldn't expect that.
No, Shijie and Hong Wei, they don't want to lose in front of the home crowd. But they got off to a bad start, and mainly thanks to the great play by the Indonesian side.
Yeah, you have to give credit where it's due and give it to them, but questioning whether it would be the only outing for this Chinese pair this week. I think losing the first game has certainly put the nail in the coffin. Just keeping an eye on the women's doubles going on. It was Zhao and Tian took the first game 24-22 against Andini and Harris, and they're 15 points into the second game. Just wonder how much longer before the Indonesian pair walk off there, but I wonder if they'll finish that one off. 2 of the women's singles matches stopped halfway through the second game.
See here that the Indonesians created 18 winners by themselves in this game.
Second game. Love all. Play. Service over. 1. Love. Service over. 1, 2.
A lucky point here for Indonesia.
Please, line judge. Line judge, please.
The line judges here having to act as moppers up, so after that little fall.
And as we spoke of earlier, to speed up the game, it might be nice if the line judges were aware that whenever players have touched the playing floor, these green mats that they're playing on, they want to get them wiped before they play in the next rally and just go in immediately.
Or there's no shortage of volunteers. I'm sure there's plenty who would like to carry the mop full time and come on at the umpire's request.
3, 2.
Got some more vocal activity from the Chinese players trying to cheer themselves up.
Representing Japan, Takuma Ueda. Representing Russia, Anatoly Yasev.
Service over. 3.
They had great success, the Indonesians, in making the Chinese pair play from below the tape.
Well, he hasn't made too many errors, has he? Setiawan in this match.
6, 3.
That was his second in 3 or 4 rallies from the net. It could be that the Chinese have stepped forward a little bit and not giving him exactly the angles that he used to in the first game. I have a feeling that the Indonesians are targeting
4, 7.
Hong Wei in his defense. Might not be as solid as Shen Ye.
All right idea. Just couldn't execute it.
8, 4.
And quite a relaxed attitude from Indonesian coach here.
Well, dare we suggest they've worked it out now?
Yeah, they're much more focused in the first 3-4 shots of the rally, trying to get the attack, and it has worked because they've actually made the Indonesians make errors. And we're gonna have a third game in a little while. Zhang Jun talking a lot to Hong Wei, or was it Shen Ye? He was talking a lot to one of the players. But they're definitely on the right track now.
Yeah, in time to retrieve the situation. opportunity with this 7-point lead at the interval to try and level it up at 1 game all.
Service over. 5-12.
Chaiyun watching.
Out. Service over. 13-5.
As a coach there,
14.
behind 4-11, and you can see that bad things are happening to your pair. You always have to decide with yourself whether the countermeasures, should they be executed now in the second game, or and risk sort of
Service over.
making the Chinese aware of what countermeasures
14.
your pair is going to take, or should you save it to the third game?
It's like a tennis player who's like 5-love down. You know, do you start focusing on the next set already rather than trying to retrieve what seems a situation that can't be retrieved?
7-14.
There's also momentum comes into play, you know.
8.
Counter argument, you can finish the game strongly, puts you in the right frame of mind for that final and deciding game.
And give the players confidence that they've found something that's working. They found the right plan for the service situation.
Service over. 15-8.
Not a lot of patience from the Indonesian side at the moment. It was too quick to make a mistake in that rally.
Nice rally that from Setiawan and Saputra's perspective.
Got Hong Wei to move under pressure. Could be an important thing for the decider. been such a big difference on the two games here. The first game, the Chinese pair under pressure all the time.
Yeah, one of the biggest differences has been the amount of errors that have crept into the Indonesian pair's game. You might understand that maybe at the beginning, a little bit of nervousness and a little bit of misunderstanding, because obviously we've never played together as a pair, and certainly against the quality of the Chinese pair here. But there's another example of it there as it brings up game points. They surprisingly throw all of that into the second game. There you go again, brings up the game. 21-10. Compare and contrast. It is one game all.
I think what the Chinese pair did much better in this game than the first was that they were much better at selecting when do we have to lift this to the back court. It was not like they didn't try to get a good position in the first 4 shots. They actually did, and they succeeded a lot of times. But when they didn't succeed, they acknowledged that and lifted and got a good defensive position, and there were no easy points for the Indonesians, and instead of getting easy points, they made easy errors. So if they can keep that up in the third game, it still looks good for Xinye and Hongwei. On the other side, the Indonesians, when they have the attack, they have to be a little more patient, so that they are sure to convert attack to winners, and thereby put psychological pressure on the Chinese players, so that they don't like to lift in the service situation.
Well, not surprisingly, the stats very much favouring Shen and Hong in that second game. They want a blot on the copybook, do they? They want another 5-0 here.
And of course, the players want to win as well. It's not so nice being the one match that has lost.
Yeah, Sediawa knows that from yesterday. Actually, it was 3-2, wasn't it? Indonesia against England. Was it 3-2 or 4-1?
4-1.
4-1, beg your pardon. I was right in the first place. Well,
service over. 1-2.
it seems a difficult situation now for this Indonesian pair to step it back up. They have got their first point of this deciding game, but
they have to be ready to work really, really hard when they get the attack. And when they first get into their favorite positions, the Chinese pair with Hongwei at the back, it's really difficult coping with the attacking skills of this pair.
4-1.
a smile to the face.
Service over. 5-2. Service over. 3-5.
It's obvious that Hong Wei has his problems in defense, not as strong and creative as Shen Ye.
He's pretty decent on the attack.
Service
No problems there whatsoever.
6-3.
Yeah, great pictures of him at his powerful best there, Hong Wei.
Service over. 4-6. Service over. 7-4.
Whereas Citroën was the dominating player in the first game, he's made quite a lot of errors since then. Excellent play.
Well, you just have to put it down to the surprise of a scratch pair, the way maybe the first game went, because since this second game it's been pretty straightforward.
Yeah, they've been read. After the first game, the Chinese, they knew what was wrong, and they've corrected it and been successful.
Another example of the defensive frailties of Hong Wei there.
Good move. Great shot by Rihanna Gung. Has had some effective stop shots. Disguising his drops as smashes.
Service over. 10-6.
So the interval brings around a turnaround, doesn't it, really? From a game down. Now one game all and a 5-point lead in this third and decisive game. And for Saputra and Citroën here, a really difficult situation for them to retrieve.
I wonder if Citroën is in the required physical shape to play these 3 sets matches. He's together with Kido. He's an independent player and not participating in the Indonesian national team practice. So they have to support themselves regarding fundings, and that might mean that they play a little bit more tournaments. There's more money to be earned in tournaments than in practice, at least in the short run.
Although, of course, recently they haven't played in all the tournaments because of their own individual decisions. And I suppose it being a, inverted commas, freelancer, you can choose which ones you do and don't want to play. And Jill was certainly saying fitness an issue for Marcus Kido, but you're suggesting City Arman as well, maybe?
Yeah, or the mentally part of being concentrated for 3 games in a row. It also must be hard. I mean, Kido Citroën won everything there is to win, or at least the 2 biggest titles, the Worlds and the Olympics.
And they won the Asiad as well, haven't they? The Asian Games. Big 3 for them.
So the only one missing is Denmark Open.
I thought you were about to say the All England there, Steve.
I was, but I changed it. No, it's not going to go the Indonesian way.
Yeah, it's the longer the game goes on, the bigger the gap becomes.
Excellent play by the Chinese, and I simply don't agree with the Indonesian game plan of aiming the first smashes at Shen Ye. Shen Ye is playing back at them and is creating things. When they're aiming the smashes at Hong Wei, nothing much happens. He just lifts it and tries to survive, and that would clearly be my advice to the Indonesians, to target the taller of the Chinese players.
Well, they have just stopped a run of 9 straight points in a row, but it's too little too late as far as this match is concerned. 2 more points required for victory then.
19-8.
It's out.
Service over. 9-19.
Match points have arrived.
Service over. 20. Match point 9.
Well, they were given a bit of a fright, but Hong Wei and Shen Yi worked it out in the end. From 1 game down, they turned the match on its head with a 2-1 victory.
Match won by China. 16.
High fives to the 2 coaches, head coach Zhang Jun. And suitable if the players said thank you for coming with some expert advice between the first 2 games.
Yeah, for a while there, Hendra Setiawan and Maranagung Saputra, that they might cause an upset, but Shen and Hong got the job done in the end to make it China 4, Indonesia 0. Winners from the net, certainly dominant. No high serves in that game.
No high serves at all. I can understand that there is no high serves to Hong Wei because he's so dangerous in his attack, but I would have tried to move Shen Yi back a little bit. Get him away from the net.
So confirmation of the scoreline. First game dropped in the match, but 4-0 it is to China in best of 5. 5th and final rubber to come with Chen Jin. His first outing at this year's Thomas Cup, rested against England, coming up against Dionysius Hayam Rumbaka. So can Rumbaka upset the odds? Chen Jin, who made a real run for the Olympics, didn't he? Had to be in the top 4. Each country has a maximum of 3 representatives in the Olympics, but only if they're ranked among the top 4 in the world during the Olympic qualifying period. And he got there in the nick of time, didn't he, Chen Jin?
He had quite a bit of luck that Peter Gale suffered a dip in form due to injuries, so he wasn't able to get enough points gathered together in the last 4 months of the qualification period.
Simultaneously, he was able to pick up the wins required. Three consecutive titles, ending in the Asian Badminton Championship for Chen Jin.
Heads or tail? Tail.
Bed van der Heurenbeek Here's our Belgian official, the umpire. Chen Jin pressured against England because of the exertion of physically, mentally, of those run of tournaments where he had to, well, basically not lose a game.
12.
Yep. Rumbaka, well, won the Indonesian Open Grand Prix gold of 2011.
Matches where he'd actually been playing. One of them to Jano Jorgensen in Korea.
To have met before on 3 previous occasions. Chen Jin has won all 3. The last time was at the start of the year. And another case of the game being stopped. It's fair to say Rumbaka has as well, but
And he's been very inconsistent. Chen Jin played. He can play so well.
final group match between last year's finalists, or finalists of 2010 in the BWF Thomas Cup. First off.
Service over, 1-0. Chen, don't do this. Take another shuttle.
But he would not him tampering with the. But if he was sort of pinching it a little bit, lot on the front court, hoping that Rumbaka, if he played towards the back court, would play it long. Thinks he's sort of fluffy when you've hit them a number of times, and the feathers, all parts of the feathers get a little bit uneven, so you can straighten them. But in match play, sometimes the nice shot placement there from Rumbaka. Bit of a strange situation here, Richard. All the matches in the hall, all the team ties are this draw.
They could actually do the draw now, couldn't they, really?
They could do the draw now because definitely have to be in bed.
Semi-final of the Thomas Uyuba Cup at stake. None of this game is anything to go by. Chen Jin looks like he could be in a hurry. Ooh, that wasn't far away. He admitted he felt a little bit jaded, tired physically and mentally, but really didn't have a choice in the matter if he wanted to be at the Olympics. Chen Jin. Lin Dan withdrew ahead of the semi-final against him.
So likely to get really nervous this time. In.
Longest rally of the match goes Chen Jin's way.
And a strange rally in a way until he knew where to. And we can see that in the Uber Cup match between Chinese Taipei and Thailand, there's been a withdrawal in the last match. And same amount of but Su Ying Tai managed to pull it off anyway.
Yeah, it was an incredible game, but I mean, how disappointed must they be? You know, they did so well to beat Chinese Taipei on the first day of the Uber Cup, and gets to 2-2. You know, they're probably here in the venue watching, and then suddenly 2 points in, the Thai girls 2 points up, and game's over. Big boost for them here this week. Yeah, they performed very well, and they'll be able to take something out.
Great retrieval. Chen Jin.
Something got dislodged. Is it just the little bit
I think it's
off the court by the advertising boards? It's just come a little loose, the carpet.
Yeah, I think it's the tape that connects the mats to the carpet that probably has gone loose.
You've got to be careful, of course, if a player
16-5.
and make that 9.
17-5.
Chen Jin is playing well, really good.
Serves over. 19-6.
Just wide this time.
Serves over. 7-9.
Well, that woke everyone up, didn't it?
Yeah. Even me. I must admit, my concentration has also dipped a bit here.
Come on, the professional you are, Steen.
I was watching a small workshop on the court next to the...
Well, it brings up 13 game points. Arena, 16 minutes. Well, I think the statistics should show a pretty one-sided affair. No winners from Rebecca at the net. And as you'd expect, plenty more winners everywhere from Chen Jin. Stuck with the same serve through, I suppose, when you're that dominant, might as well stick.
1:20 seconds. Court 1:20 seconds. Play. One love.
Well, the second game He's showing a similar pattern to the fair on offer in game number 1.
Really nice shot there down the line.
Serves over. 3.
I've been mistaken a couple of times. We've seen it in replay where I must admit the linesmen clearly have the best position.
5-1. Two, 5. Serves it. 6-2.
So quickly up again. This is one of the situations where we could wish for a greater pace in the game. Both players walking really slowly back to
Nine, 4.
Sticking with this one, even though the outcome pretty much is inevitable.
10-4. Interval.
Well, very similar story.
Official time says approximately. Let's just say that there's approximately 70 rallies in with 50%, so that it would be a 10-second interval instead. We would have matches that would be significantly shorter.
11-4. Late. Serves over. 5-11. Six.
Good intensity.
In a hurry to leave as well.
Yeah. Practicing a bit of smashes, round the head smashes from the backhand corner.
7-15.
Nice.
Serves over. Serves over. Serve over. 17-8.
can be tension level tomorrow. It's been quite relaxed today.
Yeah, I mean, we started the evening, it was a packed crowd. I mean, we had a bit of drama with the seating plan, and, you know, Lindan came out, we had the men's doubles, the crowd was booming. Exactly, you know, you can't.
Serves over 10-19. Serves over 20, match point 10.
There we go. This could be it now. Match points. 5-0. Chen Jin, super display, 21-7, 20-10, the emphatic scoreline. This year's Thomas Cup, and an impressive one. Certainly the team to avoid in tomorrow's quarterfinals.
And actually, they hope that Indonesia will draw China again in the finals.
So there's the statistics from the second game as well. Again, no high serves from Chen Jin. Pretty even on the winners this. But Rumbaka making the mistakes, allowing Chen Jin a number of points in that game. So that brings this final match from Group A to a conclusion. China 5, Indonesia 0. China with a 5-0 win, as they had against England. Lindan, very impressive, wasn't he? So too were Kai. Very impressive, in fact. They really set up the victory, gave the platform for Chen Long to finish it off. So as you can see, Group A looks like this at the close, as expected. No surprises, really, the way the group's finished. But all the fun and games really now gets underway. We're at the knockout stages, aren't we, of this arena. When it eventually got started, 20 minutes later, after a bit of a hoo-ha over who's sitting where. But once we did get underway, Lindan produced the fireworks expected in his victory over Simon Sentosa. Great power. Chen Long disposed of Giato to make sure from Barker. So that about brings the end of day 3 to a conclusion. Quarterfinals to come tomorrow. We look forward to your company. I'm Richard Kaufman. You heard from Stephen Peterson. Jill Clark will be with you then. We look forward to your company.
最后完了，真的非常感谢武汉球迷的热情支持，请大家告诉我，中国队今天表现的好不好？那让我们再次把热烈的掌声送给他们。让我们共同期待中国队后面比赛会有更加精彩的表现吧。感谢您观看今天晚上的比赛，下一场将要进行的是1/4决赛，将在明天下午1点准时进行。欢迎您再次光临现场观看比赛，再见。
Ladies and gentlemen.